Hello, good afternoon. Good afternoon, all of our viewers. We have a live match between Saltsjöbaden CC and Malmöhus. It's a grand semi-final. Both teams are away teams which are playing in Göteborg. It is a delayed start, which is the scheduled match start was 11 a.m. but it's due to rain. There was some interruption, and no, the live match start. The match started. No. Malmo side is a good side. It's very balanced side. Actually, it's an elite team, so they are playing quite good cricket. Saltsjöbaden also has playing their best cricket this year. A few players which are in form. There will be some issues in the start because of the outfield is wet, the bowling condition. The bowling run-up will be also a big problem for the bowlers, and to control the ball. There are some issues. Due to the outfield. The bowler is Sharon Nord. He's a medium pace bowler. Very good delivery. There was some bounce in the wicket as expected because so it was a wide delivery. Another wide. As expected, it is not easy to control the ball. So at the start there will be some seam and swing actually in the air because of the clouds and the wind which is blowing so fast. That will help the bowlers. This was an excellent delivery. Very good shot, 2 extra cover. But same time good fielding as well. So Aftab is on strike now. He's a good hitter of the ball, and he usually from the first ball he will gonna strike. As I said, first ball and he whacked it but missed it completely. He need a few deliveries to settle himself and how is the wicket behaves. It's very important. A few deliveries. Another whack and missed. Good length bowling. He's not giving him any half volleys. So in this over only 3 wides which is scored in a single run. Another wide. Wow, it was an excellent delivery. They have a good players. No, no. No, no, no. I have talked their captain, wicketkeeper. He is basically from England and playing in this team. So he was thinking that the 130, 140 will be enough on this wicket. But no, the condition seems good. The cloud is covered, but there is sun rising as well, so it's a nice weather, no? يركم يترلا كسرة ولا ما خنيم أغشير كسرة ولا ما إيريك را ولا ما صحيح ځکه چې لږ ورسره یو بل قسم یې که نه لږ کمیونیکیشن نه نه مړه همداسې بیا مزه نه کوي ورېږه یو اوس څوک یې ګوري که نه. So Aftab was dismissed. Was a good delivery, and no, the next batsman is Noman Kakakhel. He's a little man and like to shot the cover extra region. So the favorite area is cover and extra cover. But in the last 5 matches he got LBW, so it will be not easier because the bowlers are aware of the situation and they so he is taking the strike. Actually he's on the non-strike there. So he got LBW in the last 5 matches. Let's see how he will play this innings. Some movement in the air. You can see the breeze outside. It's a nice ground covered by green hills and nice trees. Another good delivery. So I just want to repeat, if you are just sign in, you can see the crack check on YouTube channel. We have a little delay, that's why we have some rain issues, and now the live match is started. Very good delivery. So I'm predicting another LBW. As he targeting the only one area, and it's not easy when you are playing the new ball, as it's swing and swim in the first 2-3 overs. So this time, good shot over the point fielder, 4 runs. Good flick just for single run. Farhan is a young wicket keeper. He's promoted to the SuperEttan. Played a few good innings in Division 1, 250s and some good for 30 runs. He has some issues with the in-swing delivery. Wide one. Juicy full toss straight to the fielder, but and the legs of the fielder, so it was miss field. It was in loose delivery. So at the end of the over, the score is 13 for the loss of 1 wicket. Very good delivery. Sharon Nord got a wicket in the first over, and he is their mainstream bowler. Good, good shot this time, but it was only single run. Hello again. I have a very senior person of Swedish cricket. You can say the founder of Swedish cricket, the chairman of Malmöhus CC, Eric. So welcome to the commentary box.
Thank you very much. Yeah, it's lovely to be here. That we finally could have a game of cricket. Like I said in the commentary box here, we all started in 1990 with that was 5 clubs that started the SCF. So very exciting now that we have so many clubs and so much good cricket going on. So it's really nice to be here in the commentary box. So I think it's going to be a good contest. I think that both Saltsjöbaden and Indiska and Malmöhus and what do you say, Seaside are 4 teams that are very close. So I think anything can happen. That's a great shot. Great cut shot. Instead, I mean, we had a lot of rain here before, and I think we are lucky to get some cricket today.
Yeah, actually we are lucky to have some cricket because it was quite heavy rain in the morning, and we were not expecting to be matches. So we are lucky to have a match.
Yes, no, we came up this morning, and on every weather app it was rain, rain, rain. So yeah, but that's good. Hopefully it stays like this.
Yeah, and actually it's good to have a game because both of the teams are away teams. We drive like for the 5-6 hours, and as the Malmö team is also there at least 3-4 hours drive. So
yes,
so
and
both. So it's another 4 runs by Noman. Noman is one of the shortest guy of the Saltsjöbaden CC.
yes,
But his favorite area is cover and extra cover. He's very strong in that area.
yeah, you could see that. And also some guys who are obviously quite short, they like the cut shot and the pull shot. So you could see the cut shot before. So what he needs to do, he needs to bring it up a little bit more. Because the thing is that when you have one batsman who is a little bit taller and one batsman that is shorter, you need to adjust your length. So it's a good over for Saltsjöbaden here, and in fact that the outfield is so quick is quite amazing. It was very wet when we inspected the pitch at 11 o'clock a little bit earlier today. So I think that's the line you need to bowl to him a little bit more full, and it seems like as soon as you give him any width on either side, leg side or offside, he's going to have a go. So I think bowling straight to the stumps would be a good option for Diraj to employ to this batsman. So bowler coming in, and that's a much better ball, more straight, and I think that's a very good over for Saltsjöbaden. I'm not really sure if it's swinging anything. I haven't seen any swing yet, but I think it's going to be difficult once the ball gets a little bit wet. Then it's getting a little bit heavy, and I think it's going to be difficult to swing the ball.
Yeah, actually, if you look at the condition, like for the bowler, it's not easy to control the ball as well. In the first two are so many wides because the grip is difficult to.
Yes.
And another thing, it will be harder for batsmen as well after 4 or 5 hours because the ball will get heavier.
Yes.
Then it's not easy to go for the boundary. So I think they are getting some. They need to have some good power play.
Yes, I think so. It's I totally agree. Once the ball gets wet, especially these Newberry balls, I can't say I've been super impressed by the ball this year. A couple of years back when we started with Newberry, they were a lot better. You could actually shine the ball and get some swing, but this ball swings 2-3 overs, then it's gone. So a little bit down the leg side, probably a wide. So it seems like they have swapped ends. That Adam from Malmöhus from Australia is bowling from the other end. He bowled from the other end before, so.
So they have changed the.
They have
end.
changed. Yes, they have changed the end.
He has good height, so he will get some bones. I hope so.
Yeah, I think that's again. I think it's a wide. No.
No, maybe he brushed the thigh pair somewhere else because.
Yeah, I think he's going to reverse that issue.
Oh.
Yeah, I think it touched the thigh pad. That was very well done by the batsman to acknowledge that it touched something from his protection. So no, like I said, I think it's going to be a really nice game. I hope it doesn't interrupt by rain. It would be such a pity.
Yeah, it seems good weather up till 19, but you never know about the weather, especially in Sweden.
No, and also so late in the season, it's quite tricky. Yeah, that's a good line to him.
But he is adjusting if you see the length and the speed, it was not that much faster, so it seems it's difficult to control the ball, and that's why he's not trying to use the pass
No.
instead of a good area. So that's
Yeah,
I think this.
Yeah, I think maybe he's also holding it cross seam, maybe just to get a bit of control. Like you said, it's difficult if you. Okay.
It's a slow shot.
Yeah.
Inside edge and
So yeah. So where is Fielder on the fine leg boundary was Faraz.
so what is the strength of the Malmöhus? Are they
Yes,
batsmen?
yeah.
Or-
This year, normally, I mean, when we started this club was soon 30 years ago. We had a very strong bowling lineup for many years. Quite a few players played for the national team, and the batting was not our strength. But these 2 years, we have got about 8 new players in the first team, and most of them are really strong batsmen. So I would say the strength is the batting. We bat quite deep, and also we have some batsmen that have made a lot of big runs this year. It started actually the first match with Sambit Patnaik, who make 153. That I think is a record for T20 cricket in Sweden.
In Sweden, that's
and that was also not out. So I think the top 7 batsmen, they all can make 50s, and they can make them quite quickly. So, but
it's a pressure game, and
yes, and you know, the thing is that under pressure, you know, you never know what is going to happen. But I think for us, I'm quite happy that we fielded first, because then we know what the target is to chase. And also if it gets a rain interruption and the target is reduced, then we also know what the target is.
Yeah.
So I thought that, I think we lost the toss actually and were sent out to bowl. Good Yorker there by Adam. So I would actually, if I were the captain, I would have actually fielded first. But that's how you know, different opinions.
Actually, the other team might be there. If you look at the status of the Malmöhus, they have most of the matches they won by chase, and a few matches they have batted like second, maybe one or two. So might be that the aspect which is they will Malmöhus to chase. So maybe that's the reason.
Yes, I mean.
Otherwise, if you look at the condition and as a player, if you see off, it will be good to have like ball first. But
yeah. But I think that in a normal condition, we also like to go out, be positive. I think it's something that we have talked about from the last 2 years, to bat with intent. You know, we haven't said, you know, to the players that you know, you should play carefully. You should play with a lot of aggression, but at the same time also with your brain. So yeah, I understand what you're saying, and yeah, thank you. So it's going to be interesting. You don't know until the game is over.
So it will be an interesting match, because both of the teams are capable of. So we want a good match. So not a one-side match.
No, I don't think it will. Like I said, a lot of these teams, I mean, especially top 2, top 3 in SuperEttan, they are as good as any team in Elite or in Allsvenskan, and you have seen that every time a team drops down, they bounce up next year.
Yeah, that's true. Actually, that's what I was discussing with Ben, because the team which played in the Elite, and when they relegated, look at the ball.
Yes.
I just missed the ball. Where is the?
No, I think that's. I'm not sure if it's a dead ball or what happened. I have known Faraz now for almost 10 years. And I think this is the first time I just slipped out of his hand. I think I must have been really wet. So
maybe he tried to have some change of deliveries. I don't know, but he slipped completely out.
Yeah, but no, that was Faraz is normally the go-to bowler. That's why he's on now.
Okay.
Last match he took 4 wickets, so he's a bit of a, how can you say, a wobbly-doobly bowler. He can bowl a quicker one. He could bowl a little bit of off breaks. He mixes it up. So I think a typical T20 player.
And you know, most of the players which is using variation, that is the important thing in a shorter format.
Yes, absolutely.
So
I 100% agree. Whoops, that's a big hoik. So let's see if it reaches. Yes, 4 runs.
So it seems the outfield is good.
Yeah, it's getting
faster
quicker
because
yeah. Now it's gonna be. I'm not really sure what a good score is here. Maybe 160 plus, 180 something. I'm not sure. I know that last time we came, I think we played on the other pitch that is a little bit more up and down.
Yeah.
And the average score there is 130 something. So maybe this pitch looks a little bit quicker.
So it's good to have to bet on, because the
Yes.
more the pitch is like quicker,
Yeah.
it's easier to come onto the bet.
Yes, and I think also that may be a little bit an advantage of.
Oi, it's a juicy full toss.
Yeah, no, Faraz has definitely not definitely found his line and length. That's we need that from him today to fire. So yeah, that might be also something that if you bet last, the outfield maybe dries up and the ball would travel a little bit more quickly. So yeah,
Possibilities, like, but you never know about the rain. So if it's rain again, the same situation will happen again.
there is a lot of ifs and buts, that's for sure. How about your team? It looks like what I've seen, you have posted quite, a lot of scores around 200, so you must be a very good, batting unit.
Yeah, it's true, but at the same time, like the batting is a bit vulnerable as compared to the bowling. Bowling is much their strength, so that's why they want to defend the target.
Okay.
So our batting is not that much, but if it clicks, then they score. Otherwise, if you look at their matches, some matches they score 100, some matches they score 200.
Okay, yeah.
So batting is a bit vulnerable.
Yeah, okay, I see. That's a better ball for us. This is the thing with T20. I think sometimes it's a bit of a lottery, and if you have that intent, like we talked before, you're going to go out and be ultra aggressive. You're going to have these days, like you make 200, everything clicks, and then, like you said, sometimes they take all the catches, and when you get out at 100. So, but that's the beauty, I think, of the shorter format.
Oh, what a good shot!
Yeah,
It's a huge six.
that's a great shot.
It was a slog, but it was.
Yeah, I think you see the thing is that for us it normally swings it a little bit, do something with the ball. But I think if a ball comes straight, I think you have a time to be a bit sort of unorthodox and hit across the line. So I think that's what the batsman did.
And I want to tell you about the Saltsjöbaden team. They are relegated last year. They were in the elite, same as Malmöhus, as I say. So it's quite obvious when those teams which goes down, they are relegated from the elite.
Yes.
So they usually top the table. So this almost looks like Malmöhus has more experienced team, and Saltsjöbaden they don't have much experience, but a few players like Farhan, he is a Division 1 player, and we have promoted him for a few because he got 2 350s in the lower division.
Yes,
it's not the same thing, but we tried, and he in the last 3-4 innings so there's some good positive from him.
Yes. Now I think we also last year we had a very good big squad. We had about 15-16 players because we had so many new players. As in Malmö, we are getting more and more teams all the time, and we have some players that wanted to play for some other teams. So we brought in, last year we had 8 new players in the first team actually. So it was a bit of a learning curve. That should be someone should maybe drops in between. Yeah. So Ankit, who is the captain now, it's the first year he's captain. It's his second year he's in Sweden. So it would take him a little bit also of experience to learn how to play, how to use your players, and when to use them. But definitely we only lost one match this season, and we had one that rained off actually up in Gothenburg. So, but every game is new. So I could, I think they are really used to hitting across the line. So I think the way to go against this batsman is to bowl full and to bowl him in a little bit wider off stump.
Yeah, that's true.
And if you can do that, then you could control your offside field.
Yeah, but if you look at the field, and as I said, they have extra cover here.
Yeah.
The point fielder, deep point, it's outside, so they need to have a plan, and they need to bowl like on the more offside line.
Yes.
According to the field set. No, they are changing their field.
Yeah. That's the better ball.
Yeah.
So we have talked a lot. We know what to do. It's just that the execution isn't there always. But we have clear plans, and it's just that sometimes you don't get it the way you want it, and sometimes when you bowl on a totally new pitch, maybe the ball is a little bit wet. Maybe you're not really. That's a good ball.
Yeah.
That's a full ball. That's better.
I think his line length, if he bowls more fuller length,
It's better.
Yeah,
Much better. But he's used to get, like you said, he's used to get a little bit of bounce from a good length.
He's hearing you. Sorry to interrupt. He's hearing you, and he's getting more fuller deliveries.
Yes, but exactly like you said in the beginning. So now that's his normal ball. So now he have to adjust, and I think that's good bowling.
Yeah.
Here. That's exactly like you talked about. He need to be outside off stump full.
Yeah, that's good line.
Yeah. So, but that's sometimes when you have bowled all season a particularly length, and then can be a bit hard to change it. But that's the way you have to do in one-way cricket. You have to adapt. That's Hoik again, but he didn't get hold of that. So. I think the key is for players, especially T20, T10, you have to adapt, and you have to adapt quickly to this situation, because a couple of good hits like this over again, I think we're going more or less at 9 and over. So this is a good start from Saltsjöbaden.
So 62 but the last of 1 wicket in 7.
Yes.
Yeah, so it's almost 9 runs per over.
Yeah.
It's
So
quite
I would be maybe inclined to bring on a spinner. The power play is gone right.
Yeah.
So let's see if we bring on Shabazz. We have
How is the spinning guard department?
we have Shabazz, who actually was a second team player for many years. Had a lot of potential, but then he said he couldn't come into the first team. So he said, what can I do? So David Willeman, who is the coach of the first team, and I said, well, we need an off-break bowler. He hasn't bowled before, so I used to keep. So we said,
so
okay.
he's playing first game or?
No, last season he offered 3 years ago he started to bowl off breaks.
Okay.
Then he played second team, he got a lot of wickets when we promoted him last year, and now he's the top wicket taker in the first team. So that's like I talked about adjustments.
Yeah, that's
so
true.
he basically said, I love to play first team, what can I do to get into the side? And I said, well, we have too many medium pacers, so you can't bowl medium pace, but we lack an off break bowler. So he learned the trade off breaks during the winter time with David. David coached him. So I think now he's going for a leg break, and that's Narendra. We have two spinners, and Narendra is a leg break bowler normally. So I think this is a little bit make and break.
Yeah.
Narendra is kind of bowler. Once he gets it right, he gets 3 and 4 wickets. Sometimes. As a leg break bowler,
it's very difficult to grab the ball.
Yes.
For all leg break bowler,
yes.
They bowled a few deliveries with a good length and with some more swing, and sometimes usually they bowled a very loose delivery, which is expected because of the grip and because of the leg break. Like it's not an easy art. So
no, it's not, and I think that's good bowling. Like I said, I think if Nas gets through this over, get a bit of confidence and not too many runs, maybe even a wicket, then he could be a handful today, because like I said, once he have a tendency, once he gets 1, he get 2, he get 3.
Yeah, that's true.
So let's see.
It's more like the rhythmic bowler. If he gets more rhythm, and then he
exactly. So I think now you see we have taken the pace off, and now the batsmen have to adjust their game. And
no, it's more outfielder, like they're batting sensibly, so there is more twos.
Yes.
And they can just rotate the strike, and
exactly.
And every bowler give 1 loose delivery at least in every over. So look like this is. It's a big 6.
Okay.
He is under pressure now.
Yes.
And let's see how he bowls under pressure. So there's the another thing for a bowler. When you are under pressure and deliver, this is something special that you have to.
Yes.
So
and also, I didn't see if it was far off, but that could maybe on a bigger ground. We at Malmö we play at Limmansfältet, and it's quite a big ground, so it's good for spinners. So I think this ground is maybe a little bit shorter, so he have to adjust and maybe not bowl so much flight. That's his adjustment. Maybe that was
a quicker delivery.
Yes. So I think in bigger grounds you can afford a lot of flight. But let's see. It only takes 1 wicket to get back into the game, and I think Malmöhus needs to get a wicket. That's why he's brought on. So I think it's a good positive move by Ankit. That's not a bad ball. Swinging across the line and not connecting, so that's good. Good comeback by Nas. If this guy would have mishit that shot, it probably would have been caught out.
I was thinking it's a shot for LBW, but might be missing leg stump.
Yeah, it might have missed leg stump. So,
what's the score at the end of the over?
I think it was at least 8 runs from this over.
So it's 70.
I think. No, it can't be right.
71 for the last over.
But it was 70 before. So okay, the score is
it was 63, I think.
Was it?
Yeah.
Okay, so that's 8 to be over.
When you were discussing about the 9 runs per over, so
yes, okay. Yeah. I have new lenses on today. I could say that I see very good far, but close. So that's my excuse.
So I have the opposite of. I have.
Okay. No, I had a first time I used them this morning, so but a little bit of problem seeing near sight, but far away it looks really nice.
How you see the Swedish cricket right now, because it's so many clubs and their national teams. The John T. Rhodes is a new coach. So
I see there's a lot of tough questions, but if you see it like that's a good connection. I think the batsmen are really brave here.
Yeah.
And
he's taking the fielder, so this.
Yeah, they're taking on the fielders, and actually he got that quite high up on the bat, so that was a great shot. Now coming back to Swedish cricket, like I said, when we started, I started, it was 1979, and we only had one team down in South, so we as a club have to play all our cricket in Denmark because that was close. So for about 5 years we played in Denmark, and then the closest again. Let's see if this is a catch.
Chance of a catch and miss this time.
Okay, good effort, very good effort, running in. Not easy. Well done, good try. So we were about 8 teams in Sweden in those days, early 80s. So, and if you say like now, we are almost 10 double. We are about 80 teams. So it's fantastic. I think that on the administration side, I think we have a little bit of a, how can you say, we need to get cricket in the same direction. We need to focus on what's important for Swedish cricket. I think at the moment it's a little bit too much politics, at least on the social media.
So it's all over the world. I think it's not easy decision to have.
Now let's see here if anybody on keen should be keeper's catch. No,
he dropped it. So.
Yes, maybe he hurt himself. He went really high for that one. I think that people have to understand Sweden is a pretty new game in cricket, and we didn't go into RF. I think that was about 6 years ago, to Swedish Riksidrottsförbund. So we still are a very young sport, and we need to understand that, and we need to have patience, and we need to have people going in positions for the sake of cricket and to bring cricket forward, and to understand we need neutral people to do that, and we don't need self-interest.
So what you think about the Cricket which taking the initiative to have a live streaming in Sweden, and they are taking this initiative? I think it's a great initiative by the Cricket which is
fantastic
live streaming.
Yes. Now coming back to the clubs, and it's fantastic to see, and also that a lot of clubs now are taking it very seriously. We have good structure, everybody looks professional, we have unified uniforms, it's a lot of things happening that is positive, and sometimes we just hear about the negative things, obviously. But I think the Swedish Cricket Board are doing a lot of good things, and I think also that Jonty Rhodes came into the mix, with his experience. I think it's that's probably a little bit close, but no, going down leg side. I think it's fantastic, and everybody have to understand that Rome wasn't built on a day, so we have to have patience, and we are building a new structure now, which I think is good. We are bringing in a lot of youngsters. We are bringing people from first division and SuperEttan that probably wouldn't have got a chance before. So I'm very positive about the changes. But as you know, when you do changes and you have done something in a particular way a lot of years, then people would
Really?
Argue a little bit. So, what better opportunity than to have a former test player who knows the game and who knows the setup and also involved with IPL and how professional that business is run, and trying to implement it in Sweden. But it would take time, and it would take a lot of understanding also from different clubs, because they have to change their attitude. They have to change maybe some of statutes in the club. They have to change their approach to cricket, and that takes time.
Yeah, it's true. And at the same time, if we compare the Swedish cricket with some other countries in Europe, like Norway and Denmark, they have a structure which is very early in these. And Swedish is, if you say, is a sports cricket, it's quite new. So obviously it will take some time.
Yes.
But there are some good decisions which is promoting the ladies cricket,
Yes.
the youngster there, and this way the Swedish cricket will improve if the more youngsters
Yes.
come into play.
Yes. No, I think it's fantastic. David Willeman from our club, he coaches the under 15. I helping him along sometimes also when I have the time. We have set up a new, actually a ladies team where my wife is actually playing, and we have under 19. It's so many positive things that is happening in Swedish cricket, as you say. So I think we should be proud, and we should just try to canalize it and make sure that whatever we do it very well. I think we shouldn't go for too many things. It's better to do small things good and build on that.
Yeah, that's true.
So and there is a lot of talent. I could tell you in Sweden there is a lot of talent, both within the girls that I have seen, the under 15, under 19, and when you can channel challenges like it's now the GPL, for instance, it's a fantastic opportunity for players. That could be close. No,
It was an interesting delivery. I think it was a good delivery.
maybe it was his googly. I'm not too sure. But it's fantastic, like I said, to be here. And we had a ladies tournament for the first time, playing T20, and there were 7 teams coming from Stockholm,
Yeah,
Norrköping, Gothenburg, and that was amazing to see.
Yeah.
And a lot of young girls and also Swedish girls that take up the game. And I think in the future also, I think it's important for the Swedish Cricket Federation to make sure that Swedes start to play, or second generation kids to play for the sport, because that's also how we get into the society with parents taking more responsibility, etc. Because like if you see in football, if you see in ice hockey, that is big in Sweden, all the parents, they do the traveling, all the parents pick up the kids. Not like us, we are traveling. Oh, this could be close. No, dropping short.
So he was this 50 for Farhan Ali.
Yes, well played.
Well played.
Absolutely. They have really put Malmöhus on the back foot. We had an early wicket, and since then we haven't been able to put a lot of pressure on the Saltsjöbaden batsman. I think Ankit have tried a few changes. We have... Oi!
Wasn't noticed.
I think maybe a no ball. I think so. Yeah, not too sure.
It was quite high, but luckily he didn't
Yeah, I think so. It seems like we are struggling to grip the ball.
And I heard the Ankit is the most highest wicket taker bowler for...
No, Ankit is a captain.
Okay.
So, but we have Shabazz, who hasn't bowled yet, which I think is a little bit...
Very strange. If you have a good bowler like...
yeah.
They should...
I think the idea from Ankit is to try to buy a wicket. Get the wicket, get the leg break bowler off, get the new batsman in, put pressure.
Yeah.
So I think that's the idea.
And no Saltsjöbaden have a free hand because they have so many wickets in hand.
Yes.
So
It's going to be, for the moment, after 10 overs, that's half a game. or half an innings rather. So yeah, we're maybe looking at 200 here.
But sometimes, as I said, the Saltsjöbaden is wonderful batting side. So one wicket can make more wickets. So it's, you never know, and that's the beauty of shorter format. So
yeah, I think at some stage here you were talking quite very sensibly about the singles and the doubles also, because the thing is now maybe Saltsjöbaden think, oh, we're on top here. Now we can slog ourselves out of this and hitting 4s and 6s every ball. So now I think the time is also to get the singles and doubles going. So let's see. But very good start by Saltsjöbaden. So, and if you're a Malmöhus fan, not so good. But good cricket here, a lot of brave batting, I think. They are hitting over the batsman's head. So I think that Ankit and Malmöhus boys needs to get the thinking cap on to see what is the best way of disrupting this partnership. So 10 overs gone, so it's basically water break. I'm not really sure how long a water break we have, but it's normally a couple of minutes. So the score is 99 for 1 after 10. And so far so good. The weather forecast was rain all day, but suddenly it cleared out and we should have had 11 o'clock start, but that was not to be. So, but I think we're lucky to get in a game here today. And at the other ground, there is Seaside versus Indiska. I'm not sure, do you know the score from the other? No? So let's see if I could find an app and see what's going on the other ground, because I think they are playing at the same time. So let's see. They didn't start at the same time, it seems. If I look at the app, it says Seaside 21 for 1 after 2. So probably they didn't start as quickly as we did. So yes, Malmöhus have to forget this 10 first over. That wasn't particularly impressive, but tough conditions to bowl in. Wet ball. The run-up is a bit tricky. It's been a lot of water, a lot of mud on the run-up, so it could most probably only get better, and the outfield also would dry out. So a few missed chances from a couple of our best fielders today. So I think in this particular match, when you play against a very, very even side, you need to take everything that is coming your way. So fielders back on track, and as we talked about before, now it's going to be Shabazz is going to take up the bowling. Normally bowls are slow, right arm over, traditional off breaks. So this is going to be interesting. I think the game is a little bit here right and now if you have a good over. So that's a good start. It's a great start actually. Very lucky. A big hoik across the line again, and could have easily got inside edge and hit the stumps. So that's a good start by Shabazz, and also bowling to a predominantly offside field. So well done. Oi, that's lucky. Sort of a, I don't know what the batsman was trying to do, really. I think totally mistimed it, and very, very lucky not to go straight up into the air and have a cordon bowl by Shabazz. But good start from him. Again outside off stump, great bowling. This is exactly what Malmöhus needs now. 2-3 good overs here to sort of get Saltsjöbaden to under a bit of pressure. A good ball again. And that's a stumping, I think. That's a great stumping by Ben, by the wicketkeeper. The batsman again trying to hit across the line, and that's yes, he's bowling too wide for that kind of shot. So, but nevertheless, well batted and got them off to a fantastic start. So, well played. So there you see what happens in T20 cricket once you bowl 2-3 dot balls, and then the batsman really wants to hit. Instead of maybe taking single, double, get the feel of a new bowler. But once you're on top and you feel good, and then you're on the attacking mood. So that's all about T20. Wickets in hand, so why not go for it? And Malmöhus need a couple of more to put the pressure right back on Saltsjöbaden here, because we are going at 10 and over. So that was a good stumping by Ben, and again great bowling by Shabazz, and his line and length has been really good so far in the innings. So, a new batsman in. Just taking out his mark, and yep, gonna face up. So, interesting enough, it's a left-hander coming in, so I have to adjust the line and the length a little bit from Shabazz. Good start. And that's nice to have a left-hander coming in. Always difficult for the captain and the bowlers. Make sure we have to change the field every time they take a single. So, I think it's the first time the batsman from Saltsjöbaden here faces Shabazz, so let's see if he could bring it up. A little bit leg side-ish, and yeah, good fielding, so actually only one. So this turns out, so far, it's not over yet, it's the left-hander, maybe one ball left I think. But this is what we need. We need a couple of tight overs to get ourselves into the match and build a bit of confidence, because we have been going for too many runs too easily here. That's a great over by Shabazz, and let's see who's going to come in from the other side to make sure that we keep. Okay, so Ankit is trusting Nas to have another over. Under pressure. That's a brave move, I think. At the same time, he's teasing the batsman to go after Nas, and that could create another wicket. So let's see how it falls out. But good game of cricket here. Saltsjöbaden playing aggressively. Malmöhus is trying to play a little bit of cat and mouse game to make sure that they come into the game. So let's see if Nas could get it right here. Yeah, great ball, and sort of an inside-out shot. And I think it's only, yeah, we'll take a couple of that, but it's actually quite well run. That's a pretty good shot actually. Let's see if Nas is prepared to lob it up as he did before. Once he had a little bit too much flight, he went for 6, so maybe he's going to bowl a little bit flatter. Let's see. It's a nice gentleman there with a hat on, That's the umpire. He looks really smart. He looks like he's going out for Saturday night. So let's see if he's going to have some fun after the game as well. Yep, in comes Nas. Yeah, a little bit flatter. And again, that's a great connection. Unfortunately, for Nas, it's gone for 6. So seems like he's in great touch. And anything there to hit, he will. So I don't think it's easy to bowl leg break here. It's not getting any bounce. It's not going to. Yeah, let's see. Yeah, that's a brave ball, and I think the line was really good. A little bit more outside the off stump, so you have to fetch it. So yeah, interesting game of cricket here. And there are 3 more balls in this over, and Malmöhus definitely need another wicket to, like I said, come into this game and start being able to do more inroads, and by that way, I think now is for Malmöhus is about taking wickets, because we can't afford any more good partnerships here, because then the game would probably go away and maybe be 200 plus. And let's see, left-hander. Yeah, great. Oh, that's very unlucky. No, he actually took it. There was a fielder, I didn't see him. So leading edge from the left-handed batsman. It's a great bowling by Manarendra. Like we talked about, leg break bowler, they have to have a bit of nerve of steel, and they have to have a lot of thick skin. I think it was very brave of Ankit to bring Nas back, and Nas rewarded him with a wicket there. So another wicket down, and Saltsjöbaden have a new batsman, and I think it's pretty good that we both maybe yes and no, but the left-hander is gone, and that's now we have to bowl at 2 right-handers. That might be a little bit easier, but at the same time we have a batsman number 8 here who is doing really well, and he's I think that's the wicket we need to take now to be able to really come into this game and try to even the odds out a bit here. So the sun is coming out. Never expected that, actually. If you looked at any app this morning, it was rain all day through. So fantastic for cricket that we could play this semi-final. Saltsjöbaden was obviously number 2nd in SuperEttan in the North group, and Malmöhus was top of the table in the South group. So I don't think it's much difference between the 2 teams. They will play each other next year, hopefully, if the COVID restrictions make sure that we could play a T20 like we did 3 years back in the national level. So that means that the South group would travel up. It would be one national group nationwide. So people from South will be traveling to Stockholm and vice versa. It's a good comeback by Nasser. He's mixing up a flight. That's good. Let's see here who Ankit is going to turn to. If he's going to continue with Shabazz, or he felt that maybe he did his job and took a wicket and want to use him later. But I think he's going to continue with Shabazz. I think it would be a little bit foolish not to. So, yeah, Mr. Shabazz Hussain is going to continue his off breaks. Yeah, at the moment it seems like taking off a pace is the way to go, at least for now. But obviously you need to be accurate. I've seen his Saltsjöbaden batsmen, they pounce on everything that is too full or too short. They have done a great job there, I have to say. Brave cricket. So, bowling to 2. Yeah, it's good. Shabazz have protection on the long off boundary, so that's good. Yeah, it's a great. Yeah, there it goes. Is that a 4 or 6 now? It's well fielded on the leg side boundary. Only one run. I think it's Gopi out there. Gopi joined us this year from Karlskrona. He moved to Malmö and is one of our better fielders. Actually, sometimes he is absolutely brilliant. Today he dropped a catch that I don't think he's particularly proud of. Good bowling again here. That's it's only one. I'm not sure if it's hit. Was it wide? Okay, let's see. Okay, come again, Mr. Hussein. Let's see. Again, let's see if that is a 6 or that's a catch. Yes, that's a great catch. We just talked about Gopi. I think it was Gopi. One of the better fielders. And yeah. So we talked about before that this was the batsman, I think, from Malmöhus perspective we wanted to get, and he has done his job. Put Saltsjöbaden off to a great start. Now I actually think that Malmöhus they could turn on the screws here a little bit, and both Shabazz, who's taking his second wicket, should be really comfortable with his line and length and flight, and if he gets it right, he's pretty tricky to get away. So yeah, new batsman in. Let's see if it's a right-hander or left-hander. Seems like it's a right-hander. So bowler coming in, a little bit leg side. That's not where to bowl. That's actually the first poor ball that Shabazz has done. Full toss on middle and leg. That's not where we want it. Especially now when we put the pressure on, just makes the batsman feel at ease. Probably I could have hit that ball for 4 or 6 as well. That was a buffet ball, I see how both I'm used to say. Help yourself. Back to basic. Okay, hit really hard, and a good stop by Shabazz with the right hand. And hope it didn't hurt his finger too much. He's had a pretty bad incident a couple of weeks ago where the ball came on the nail, and he couldn't bowl for a couple of weeks. So I hope he's alright. It's a tough cookie. So back on track. No juicy half volleys. Outside of that off stump, that's where we want it to land if you're a Malmöhus supporter. And like I said before, I think Saltsjöbaden's batsmen have done really well. They put away anything that's sort of short. Yeah. Whoops. Yes, more or less exactly what we talked about. If there is slightly bad ball, we are very good at putting it away, not afraid of going big. So a little bit disappointing and mixed over. A couple of good first 2-3 balls and then lost it a bit. So I think Ankit needs to find someone to replace Shabby for the moment. So 130 for 4 after 13. So run rate is coming down a little bit, but I have to say that Saltsjöbaden is on top at the moment here. Another 2 wickets, and it will be interesting to see about the depth of our batting. But at the moment they have lost 4 wickets, so and 2 relatively new batsmen in, and he continues with Nas, which flighted sort of delivery, and the batsman just leaned back and try to hammer it only for one. So yeah, it's aggressive tactics by Anki to continue with the leg break bowler, but I think the only way to go is to get wickets here. So that's a good ball. That's a great ball, in fact. Nice flight. Hopefully it's a little bit easier for the leg break bowler to grip the ball. Now it's drying out a little bit. Yeah, that's you really have to fetch that, and I think that's going to be easy 2 runs. I think there has to be a little bit more on the offside, sort of off stump line to make sure that they are trying to go and hit it across the line. And maybe have a catch on the leg side. Let's see. 3 runs from the first 2 balls, and that's a better ball. A little bit unlucky, I have to say, but to be fair, a very good shot. Maybe when he bowls that straight, you need maybe his mid-off to be a little bit straighter. He's maybe a little bit too round there. He needs to be a little bit more straight, I think. So I think that's 7 of the first 4 balls, and let's see what's going to happen with the last 2 balls here. It's always interesting when there's a leg break bowler going. Anything can happen, like that one, bowling. And that's what we talked about. We talked about bowling that off stump line. The batsman hitting across the line is exactly what happened. I have to say that's great bowling and great commentary. Oh God, sometimes you get it right. That's a good comeback. Now Saltsjöbaden had to be careful here by not get overconfident and not going too hard, because now we're 5 down, another wicket, and Malmöhus could be right in it. As we know, Malmöhus have a strong batting lineup, so they could chase down quite big totals. So I think Saltsjöbaden have to be a bit careful now. The new batsmen can't really sort of play like the top order batsmen have done. They need to find their own way of scoring runs here today now, and that has to be good balls. Try to take a single, bat on ball, and then obviously the bad ball comes along and you give it a good whack. Interesting game though, I have to say. It's been ebb and flows. Now Malmöhus is slowly creeping into this game, quite dominated the first 10-11 overs by Saltsjöbaden. And let's see what these 2 new batsmen can offer us. Good contest again. Like I said, when you have a leg break bowler, anything could happen. Either it's going to be runs or it's going to be some wickets. So yeah, fascinating game, especially T10 could change so quickly. It's a little bit wide, just cut off and fielded, I think, by Ankit in the covers. So yeah, a wicket again for Nas. Not too expensive, So it's 14 overs gone and 137 for 5. So interesting to see who is coming into bowl. I think it's maybe going to be Shiron, the opening bowler from Sri Lanka. Played with us for many years. Normally bowls a little bit of in-cutters, and if a new ball swings a little bit, you could swing it a little bit in as well. Then sometimes it just straightens. So I think that he bowled initially a little bit back of a length. Let's see now if he have to bring it a little bit more full and outside the off stump. But he's an experienced campaigner, so he knows what to do. So the wicketkeeper is standing back, taking off his helmet. He's been standing up now for a couple of hours to the spinners. So Shabby, the change for off-break bowler, which I think is the right decision. He didn't really end his last over particularly well. Maybe he could come back later in the game, let's see. It's 6 hours left. So I think Ankit has captained bravely today. He tried a lot of things, and now normally Chiron bowls the last over. So I think he sees an opportunity here to take more wickets. Yeah, still bowling a little bit back of the length, and that's could be dangerous if you give too much whiff. So it would be nice to see a couple of Yorkers here just to mix it up a bit, or a slower ball. But the line is good. In comes the bowler. Yeah, that's good. That's good. It's almost a Yorker. Took the toe end of the bat. Only one run. Good start by Chiron. We are still lucky the sun is out, and hopefully we could get a game not interrupted by rain today, but we see. Yeah, again good bowling, and like we said before, ooh, that was really close. But the umpire has the best position to see that. And it's actually great to see these stumps. It's so much better when you break the stumps, you see it directly. It must have been pretty close, I have to say. But that's good umpiring. If he's in doubt, it should never be out. So yeah, the bells will be good as well. Oh, that's just for chalk. Close run out. Good fielding. And we talked about for this new batsman now, I think he's bat on ball. And this is what we see right now. They're trying to put something and trying also to make maybe, oops, trying to take a second, but never there. So maybe also Ankit has to do some adjustments of having one or two fielders stopping the singles. Always a tricky situation. Are you going to stop the force? Are you going to put pressure on the batsman? Yeah. Also how confident the bowler is with having too many fielders up stopping the single, and then a bad ball and it goes for four. So yep, take your pick. Yeah, oh, that could have been a chance. Flashed hard outside the off stump, and the keeper really wasn't really near it. But I think that's the way to go. Anything that gives you a bit of whiff, try to hit hard. And obviously there are no slip fielders in at this stage, so pretty safe shot. As long as you don't get too much meat on it. That's a good ball again, I have to say. It's just bowling a touch short, so the batsman like to be on the front foot, but it's not really there. So I have to say good over by Chiron. Well done. Malmöhus is slowly creeping into the game, and not only taking wickets but also being tight. So after 15 it's 141 for 5. And it's going to be interesting to see the last 5 overs here, the approach of the Saltsjöbaden's batsman here. Okay, so here we have another interesting change. We bring on Shabby from the other end. He changed end, and so the idea is still to take the pace off. I think that's the idea that Ankit, the captain of Malmöhus, have in his mind. And why not? Support your bowler, they said, and here we go. Not too bad from Shabazz. Still outside of the off stump, but I think that's the way to go. And the batsmen are still hitting across the line to car corner. That's a bad ball. It's a terrible ball, in fact. And I think that's probably wide. Oh, it's a bye. Okay, that's okay. To be fair, Malmöhus haven't bowled too many extras today. There have been a few, you know, no balls and oops, yeah, there we go. Single, that's good, short of a length, but that's quite understandable, especially in the beginning when the ball was wet, wasn't easy to grip. So all in all, I think the extra column isn't too great, and that's again buffet ball. You just can't flight it up there on too wide. We'll have to do better than that, unfortunately. Shabazz didn't really bowl that with a lot of venom. You have to get into it and have to sort of really get his body action into the ball and let it rip a bit. So now basically it's just taking the pace off and bowling it very, very slowly and making it difficult for the Saltsjöbaden batsman to hit across the line. So that's good experience bowling by Shabazz, but yeah. So again, just one. Having a lot of protection there. If he bowls to his field, there is shouldn't be too many runs. Easier said than done in a semi-final. Bit of nerve maybe. Again, okay. So the batsman went. Caught behind by the wicketkeeper. That's really good cricket, I have to say. A little bit difficult to sit here I'm trying to see in real time, and then I'm looking at the monitor as well. So, but that's a faint edge and nice of a batsman as well, not to hang around. Good cricket, that. So Malmöhus get another wicket, so Saltsjöbaden now 150 for 6 after 16. So creeping up to maybe 180, somewhere along that line, maybe one, depending on obviously the quality of his new batsman coming in. Let's see who Ankit is probably going to continue with Chiron. And I have to say I wasn't really here in the beginning of the game, so I'm not too sure if he only bowled 1 or 2 overs, because if he bowled 2 overs in the beginning, that's his last over here. So it's a bit of a gamble from Ankit once again. Yes, but that's an aggressive tactic, and I have to say that's well taken by Adam. Low down, seems to die on Adam, and it seems never to reach there. Sort of died just in front of him, and it's a fair bit down for Adam. It's about 2 meters down actually, so it's a long boy, but well done. And Malmöhus are striking back here. That's a little bit what we predicted, but we can't just go out and slog. You need to have bat and ball and run hard. So Malmöhus is bouncing back, 7 down, and let's see again how deep the Saltsjöbaden batsman bat. So good bowling by Chiron. Again bowling to the plan, hitting the ball outside off stump, let the batsman hit across the line. So good bowling. So let's see now if Ankit wants to squeeze it a bit and maybe having one more fielder in, stopping with single, or what's the idea? Because at the moment Malmöhus are a little bit on top here, and also I think the new batsman feels that they need to produce something here to get a substantial score, but that's not a particularly good ball. That's short, and we don't have that feel for it, but well done by the batsman, put it away in the vacant gaps. So that's an easy 2. Chiron knows that he could do better than that, so all good bowlers, the next ball would probably identify if you're a good bowler or a great bowler. Normally good bowlers and the great bowlers come hunting you back with a really good delivery. Yeah, like that. Well done, Chiron. Great bowling. That's quality stuff. So that's what we needed. Need more of that tight line from all the bowlers, not only Chiron, from now on, to make sure that we restrict Saltsjöbaden. Yeah, again, great bowling by Chiron. That's perfect line. A little bit short. Can't drive it. Can't play on the back foot. Perfect. Well done. So here is a lot of experience creeping in with Chiron now bowling, obviously. He knows how to bowl, and it's just now the execution. A little bit on the leg side, but he got away with it. So far a really good over. In fact, I think it's the last ball. So good bowling. I think it's only 1 run so far from this over. I'm just gonna watch my app and see if it's the last over of Chiron's overs. Yes, it is. That was actually his last ball, and he's going for 5.5 per over for 2 wickets. That's great stuff. So we're gonna see who's going to continue from the other end. DJ, he went for a lot of runs this day. He's got 14, and Faraz got 17. Nas, the leg break bowler, have bowled out his 4 overs, and Shabazz have 1 over left. So interesting call now from Ankit, who's going to be, and obviously he's going to trust the leading wicket taker, and that is DJ, and I think he's keen to bounce back. He bowled not in normal position when he bowled last, or is it? No, my friends, it's actually he's going to give the last over to Shabazz. Again, that's a positive move. And let's hope Mr. Hussein gets it right, because if he does, it's going to be hard to get away. It's going to be a tight over, because if you get that off stump line going, that is going to be very, very tricky. Not particularly tricky. That was again, we're talking about putting your body behind. Sometimes you're going for the catch when you see you're not reaching there, when you have traveled too far. So yeah, that we could have done better by Rishwan. He knows it. So, but on the other hand, not a particularly great ball by Shabazz. He could do better than that. Same again, that's terrible. And he's probably going to be lucky and get a catch, but that's not a particularly good ball. But again, tempting the last batsman here to go for a big one and getting a top edge. So a little bit lucky for Malmöhus. And now it's probably 8 down. So we have to be a bit careful here, Saltsjöbaden, not to be bowled out for less than 170 maybe, because that I think is depending on if I haven't seen Saltsjöbaden's bowling, but I heard they're quite tight. So yeah, should be a really good game, hopefully. Yeah, so 2 wickets left, and quite a lot of wickets falling now the last couple of overs. So Malmöhus has done well to come back into this game, and Mr. Hussein here needs to bowl a tight line. And you can't. Oops! Again, we are hitting across the line, and that is going to be only one. So a lot of ECS batting here when you played the T10 format. That was a lot of hitting across the line, but that is actually a pretty good shot. But it's an actually even better catch. So that is good. Good bowling a bit wide, making the batsman reach for it. Again, they haven't been too comfortable playing over the offside, I have to say. They really poor shot, in fact. But at this stage, you need to go for it, and obviously the other batsmen before they had connected and hitting 4s and 6s. So that's a little bit the tricky part when you're not as good as the top 5 of doing the same thing. So Saltsjöbaden here a little bit under pressure. They're probably at half stage with a 101, I think, for 1, and I think they thought that 200 was on the board, and so we thought. And that's the beauty about this game; it could change so quickly with shorter format. And Malmöhus is right back in this game now. Oi, oi, oi! That's I can't have missed by much. So, and it's the last wicket now. So, actually, Saltsjöbaden have to be careful not to be bowled out before the 20th over. I don't know what Ankit said after 10 overs, but I think it worked. Okay. So this is probably the last ball of the over, and that was straight over the fielder's head. So I have to say, a bit lucky with the outcome, but well bowled in the end, Mr. Hussein. Well on Shabazz. Having a habit this year of, taking balls even of, taking wickets even on not the greatest delivery, but sometimes the strength of a bowler as well. You have this season when you bowl fantastically well, and you beat the batsmen, and catches are being dropped, and you don't get a lot of wickets, and so yeah, enjoy it while you can, and you get that wickets. That's a great feeling. Good for your confidence. And now Adam is trusted to bowl a 19th over here, and he needs to do exactly the same. Bowl full now, and bowling outside off stump. That's the key to go. That's the way to go. And hopefully Adam can produce that 6 out of 6 balls now. That would put a lot of pressure on the last over for Saltsjöbaden. Yeah, again, great bowling. That's what we want to see from a big fellow. Adam also coming up from the second team and done a good job for the first team this year. Hasn't had that luck. Sometimes, like I said, you have a bit of luck and it goes your way. But he bowled pretty well. I don't know if that's an appeal for an LBW, but probably going down the leg side. So Adam needs to straighten it up a little bit more outside the off stump. But that's good bowling. It's just a single there. So far, really good over from Adam Sartan. Just continue this. Yeah, that's. I think the batsmen are living a little bit dangerous here. Seems like Adam is extracting a little bit bounce of his height, so maybe it was going over stumps, I'm not too sure. It's difficult to see from this angle, obviously. But good bowling here. It's now 4, no 6 so far, and if you're a Malmöhus supporter, we want to keep it that way. So here we go. That's a catch, and yeah, that's all over Red Rover actually. So that was 160. So Saltsjöbaden made 101 after 10 overs, and all out 160. And I think they would be really disappointed with that effort, just to make 6 runs an hour the last 10. And I think Malmöhus would obviously be on the reverse, very happy with a comeback, because we were looking, to be honest, a little bit dead and buried there. But good fight back, and that's all about good teams, picking yourself up now that you haven't done, the best job you can do, and not dwelling about it, just going on and performing. So thank you very much. Innings break. So welcome back everybody. It's been a very entertaining ebb and flow match all through the 20 overs. Saltsjöbaden starting, in fact Malmöhus got a wicket I think first or second over, and then Saltsjöbaden came back very strongly with a reply for 101 for 1 after 10. And maybe a lot of people thought, okay, this is going to be a 200 plus game, but well batted first with Saltsjöbaden obviously, and then I thought it was a very good comeback by Malmöhus. The last 10 overs, taking the 9 wickets for 59 runs, and actually Saltsjöbaden didn't complete all the 19 overs, the 20 overs. I think we were all out in the 18th over, so that's T20, but let's see. I think 160 isn't a bad score. It isn't a bad score on this pitch, so I think Malmöhus have to play really well, and I heard that Saltsjöbaden have a good bowling attack as well, so I think it's going to be a tight game. Hopefully for all of us that love cricket and are watching this live broadcast, we want a exciting game, and hopefully both teams can provide that. And obviously if you're a Saltsjöbaden fan, you want Saltsjöbaden to go over the line, and vice versa. So in about 2 hours time, maybe a little less, hopefully we would know the result of this first semi-final. On the other pitch it's Seaside playing against Indiska. So and everything is obviously on the SCF app as well, so you could go in and check that out. So at the moment Seaside is 88 for 4 after 14, so they're a little bit behind the start of the game, a little bit later than the Malmöhus Saltsjöbaden game. So now all through the season we had different opening partnerships from Malmöhus. We are going with the old combination today. It's going to be probably DJ Malhotra and Sambit Patnaik, who is going to be opening the batting, and both of them came to Malmöhus last year, so they are quite new players in our first time lineup. Both of them are the 2 top run scorers for Malmöhus, so if you are a Saltsjöbaden fan, I think you want to get rid of these 2 quite early, because they could be dangerous, both of them. In fact, we have a pretty long, I think a similar batting lineup to Saltsjöbaden, maybe a touch stronger. So Sambit has not played the last couple of matches due to an injury in his inner thigh. For those maybe who followed Malmöhus on the ECS tournament, the T20 in Landskrona, you could see that he was quite injured in one of the games, and then since then we haven't opted to play him. We have basically waited for him to heal a bit, so hopefully he's not 100% by any stretch of imagination. So let's see if we could take those quick singles. This would be a test of his fitness as well. So we have seems like a pretty fast bowler here, have a long run up, so let's see how he's going to do it. That's a pretty good start actually, just outside the off stump, a touch short. I think, to be fair, this is that's the line and the length to bowl at this pitch. You can't bowl too full because it skids on quite nicely actually. So, and again we're lucky to see play commence. Again, that's more or less a similar bowl as to the first one, just a touch short. Good bowling here from a fast bowler. I have to say it's not an easy run up. It was full of water and very muddy when we came here to inspect the pitch at 11 o'clock. So dry it out, and I think the outfield is going to be a little bit quicker as well. Alright, so here you go. That's a miss hit from Sambit. So and straight between the fielders. So a bit lucky. We have seen this shot from Sambit numerous times this season that he reaches out. But a little bit of luck, maybe that luck that Malmöhus needs in the beginning of a match here. So is D-Reich who's going to face the music, and I think the key here is also to make sure that we build big partnerships exactly like Saltsjöbaden did, and just continue that. So I think if Malmöhus have one player that goes big today, it's going to be difficult for Saltsjöbaden, but you never know. It's a T20, anything can happen. So let's see about DJ. So no, it's, I think I have to say that was probably going down the leg side, but still good decision from the umpires. They have been fairly consistent, and I think also that seems like any doubt they haven't given, and that's the way it should be, obviously. So well done to the umpires so far. Hope we could keep the same standard in the second innings here with Malmöhus batting. Yes, that's actually a great shot from Sambit. I think sometimes it's four. Sometimes when you're a bowler, you don't realize that Sambit is a pretty tall batsman, and DJ is slightly shorter. So you can't bowl the same line. You can bowl the same line, obviously, but the length you actually need to adjust, because anything that would be sort of a good ball to D-Reich is sort of more or less a half volley for Sambit. He's a taller batsman and have a very long reach as well. So that's a horrible ball. Just praising the batsman how well he has bowled. So, and actually we're taking the second with Sambit, but you could see he's not in 100% shape, but who don't want to play a semi-final in the end of the season? So well done to Sambit to fight this out. So I think it's going to be probably the last ball of the over, and as I said, it's a little bit easier to bowl. I spoke to some of the bowlers. They said that beginning of innings from Malmöhus it wasn't easy to grip the ball, and I think it's a little bit easier now. It's to bowl second up, so to speak, and obviously the pitches have dried out, so maybe the ball is coming on a bit nicer to the bat, and also the outfield most probably have dried out a bit. So similar start actually to no, actually not. It was 9-6 of the first over, I think, for Malmöhus, and 9 for 9 now for Malmöhus. It was 6 for Saltsjöbaden last inning. So a 9 of the first over. That's a pretty good start. And I think it's very, very early doors. But I think if Saltsjöbaden is to win this game, we have to take all the 9 wickets, or 10 wickets rather, because we bat pretty deep. So pretty good start by the opening bowler. Just one ball and more or less the same pattern as Saltsjöbaden. As soon as you get one slight ball that is not really a good one, it goes. So I think that's a standard of Swedish cricket now lately. The top teams in the SuperEttan and obviously in Allsvenskan, they are. It's a good level now, a good level of cricket. So we start off also with a medium pacer, it seems, and that's a big wide. So it's probably yeah, Sambit is not keen to run too, and we just have to be careful with that so it doesn't make the injury even worse, because it's those sort of thigh injuries that could take a couple of months to heal. So Sambit facing up. Not a particularly good start from the first ball, but could also be a bit of nerves, knowing that you're on telly, and also it's a semi-final. So again, same shot from Sambit. You can't over pitch it there. He's really strong in that area. It's a really good shot, in fact. It's just opening up, knowing exactly where the fielders are, and I think they would most likely to have a change here to protect that four. Yeah, here comes the fielder to protect that four. I think that's good captaincy by Saltsjöbaden. The bowler is under a bit of pressure here, so it's not easy. That run-up is not easy to master, I have to say. And Sambit again playing very aggressively. It's a good comeback by the bowler. So obviously not the home ground for any team. We are playing up in Gothenburg, and Saltsjöbaden is obviously coming from Stockholm, and Malmöhus from Malmö, from Skåne. So this is a neutral venue that SCF has provided us, and so far the sun is shining upon us. It's really nice to see. When we came up here, it was about a 3 hours ride by car. It was absolutely pouring down, and I said to my wife, this is going to be a very rainy day. But we are very lucky here. I don't know really what's going on. If a bowler is not happy with the run-up, if he's slippering, or what actually is the problem. I'm not too sure. So like I said, maybe it's a pity that the organizers didn't have sawdust. Would probably have helped, because it is not the ideal condition to bowl, obviously when it rains so much. So, but sometimes you need to shorten your run-up, you need to adjust, you need to adapt and just make the most of it. So, I think we're ready to go again. So, in comes the bowler. Not too sure, I can't really see from here. What I saw is he dropped the catch, so not really sure why he wasn't standing all the way back. A little bit of a lucky shot there for Sambit. He needs to connect that a little bit better. Right, a little bit of an away swing there. I think Sambit needs to just have head over ball and play straight. So let's see, we're only allowed, since in the power play, we're only allowed 2 fielders outside, so I'm not sure if the field is all the way or just 3/4 to the boundary. And that wasn't the most convincing appeal in the world, by the bowler at least. So I think Sambit needs to cool down here and just make sure he puts it in the gap, bat on ball. But it's easier said than done when he's been in such a great form all season. The form of his life, as I said before when I talked, form of his life, and and then you know how it is. You really want to hit every ball. So, yep, I think that's the way. That's a classic shot. Before I said head over ball. Exactly, beautiful. I mean, you can play all along the ground here, and that was quite an expensive second over as well. So Malmöhus have a good start. We are 21 for the first 2 overs. I'm not really sure how the setup is with Saltsjöbaden. They have a couple of spinners as well. What we found out actually from the Malmöhus innings when they bowl, it was actually the spinners that brought them back to the game, took the pace off. So let's see if it's going to be some similar scenario here, but obviously you want to go with your opening bowlers who might extract a bit of swing now when the ball is new. So I think that's obviously the reasoning by still going with the same bowling attack, and he bowled pretty well first couple of balls. So let's see, in comes the bowler again. That's a terrible ball. Again, it's another wide and an extra as well, so it's actually 2 wides. I'm not sure if a bowler also have his problem with a run-up. I assume he does, because it's not easy to bowl from either end, I have to say. Sometimes, as you mentioned before, maybe if you have a long run-up, maybe you need to shorten it to make sure you get control. But it's all of an experienced thing. When you get older, you maybe can adjust a bit more. When you're young, you wanted to let it rip, you wanted to let it go and bowl as fast as possible in all conditions. So they're waving and changing the field a bit here as well, so making some adjustments. And that's not a particularly good shot, but I have to say it's in between. So it's a little bit of a pickup shot from Sambit there. A lot of shots played in the air, but with this one purposely. So not easy for the captain here, because he's setting offside field, and the bowler is not at the moment bowling to that plan. So let's see if you could get that off stump. Oh, that's another wide, I would assume. Yeah. So unfortunately he's spraying it both sides of the wicket, and that's both of the wicket keepers and captain's nightmare. And obviously the bowler is not doing it on purpose, but you can see here there's a few fielders warming up a bit, so maybe it's going to be a bit of a bowling change next time around from this end. Let's see. Yeah, that's a slow one, and I decided not to take the run. So that's cleverly bowled, a bit of an off break it seemed. So that's a way to go, mix it up a bit. Yeah, that's I don't know how to describe that. It's flat batted shot. We see that more and more in all forms of the game actually, especially in the shorter format like T20, and if anybody of you have watched the 100, so a lot of people having this sort of baseball shot, quite effective actually. Not maybe straight out of the MCC coaching book, but that's again a slow one, and yeah, that's a bit harsh, but I have to say the umpire has been consistent, so yeah, not much to complain of. It's pretty hard to see the lines from here, but DJ really stretched out and wasn't really near it, so probably a fair call by the umpire. And not sure if he's going to continue over the wicket or he wants maybe to come around. Sometimes that could also be an option when you're not really getting your line of length right. But few field changings here from Saltsjöbaden. We are obviously done a little bit of research from DJ because that's his strong area. The pick-off shot from DJ. That's a great feeling, by the way. Fantastic feeling. That's probably one of the better stops we've seen today by number 11 in Saltsjöbaden. Great work there in the field. Now, obviously, when you see people playing in ECS and live streaming, if you're really keen, and as a captain, you could plan your games a little bit better. You could see where the batsmen are having their strengths and their weaknesses, and yeah, part of the game today to study the batsman, study the opposition. Yeah, again, I don't think that was a bump ball. Yep. No? Did he give you? I'm not sure. He's walking over to the square leg umpire. I'm not sure if he had any soft signal or something, but for me, didn't look out. Okay. Have given him out in the end. So yep. Since we don't have any replay, it's pretty hard to see. Pretty good start by Sambit, but obviously disappointed there. Looked like a slow one again. Maybe it deceived Sambit, and yeah, difficult to see from here. Obviously the umpire have a best position, and since we are neutral umpires from Gothenburg, so it's their decision. And so Saltsjöbaden got the first wicket for 28 in the third over, and let's see who is the new batsman. So that's probably Ben Tew coming out to bat, and that's going to be DJ's new partner. Ben also started to play with us a little bit last year, but this year he started with the first team. Hasn't played for quite many years since he moved to Sweden, but now heavily involved in the under-19 GPL setup as a coach as well. So yeah, happy to have Ben around. He's traveling a bit from Helsingborg to Malmö. That's about 45 minutes ride one way. Had played a lot of cricket in England. Just needs to play more and more, and the better he would be. So he did a pretty good job today as a wicketkeeper. Thought not easy to keep on these pitches and these conditions. So he would join DJ. So let's see. I think again for Malmöhus here, it's back on track, build a partnership, make sure put bat on ball. It's 8 runs an over. That is the required run rate. So yeah, interesting target. I know that the other pitch, I think, has an average of 130, so maybe this pitch is a little bit quicker than the other pitch on the other side. But always nice, especially in the final when it's a bit of nerves, to have the runs on the board. 160 in a T20 game, I think, is about par. So let's see if we're going to have a new bowler. No, we're not. We're going to continue with number 99, like is the opening bowler. So let's see. So that was a little bit shorter, didn't really bounce up, and DJ, he wanted to have a big go at that one. Have to be a bit careful because we have a deepish sort of square leg, not really deep mid wicket, but we have one of a boundary here, so no reason not to be able to play it up and down all along the floor, because it travels quite quickly. That's extracting actually quite a bit of swing now. That was a huge outswing. Didn't really see that coming. Normally this ball, the Newberry ball, swings for maybe 3-4 overs, and then it's all over Red Rover. But maybe he picked up a really good one today. Let's see. And that's probably a wide. They run it. Yeah, a little bit of a mixed bag from a bowler. Some really good balls, and obviously his intention is to bowl outside the off stump. But sometimes he just gets a little bit too wide. If he's bowling outswing, I think it would rather be really good to have maybe a sort of a middle and off line, and then if it swings, it's going to probably get the keeper in action. Maybe even to put in a first slip if you attack the stumps a bit more, but you have a tendency to bowl wide. Maybe that's the plan. Yeah. I think that's the right idea from Ben, just to bat on ball. Maybe a touch short to cut before you got your eye in. But that's what one day cricket forces you to. So, yeah, that's a nice little outside edge from Ben. Actually, he got it better than that, so it's actually 2. Just feeling a little bit for it now. It's not the easiest pitch to bat on, so you have to get your eye in. And obviously, the best place to get your eye in is if you had head over ball and play it late, and it's actually what Ben tried to do there. So yeah. Yeah, bowling full. So he's really mixing it up now, the bowler. It's a bit tricky. I think that's a way to do it. I think he's not running in as hard as he did in the beginning. He realized that I have to, straight to the fielder. So here for Ben is to make sure that he gets it in between the fielders. So after 4 is 32 for 1. So I think we are on track when it comes to the run rate. And we're gonna have some change of shirt, it seems. It's actually, when the sun do come out, it's quite hot. So even if you're an Indian boy, it's quite hot. So yeah, now we have seen a little bit of the backside of Mr. Malhotra, and let's see if we're going with the same bowler. We're going to have a bowling change from the other end. Let's see, it seems like we're going to have a bowling change, and from the run-up it seems it's going to be sort of, medium pace. Talk about pace in SuperEttan this season, we haven't really seen anyone that has been sort of ripping it through at at a really good pace, but yeah, at least you have a run up, so maybe he could hurry up a few people. Let's see. So in comes the bowler. That's just particularly not a great shot, but it is DJ. He's really have to admire that his intention. He really anything that's slightly loose, he absolutely goes for it 100%. And one thing he does really well is punishing anything loose. So he's in good touch. He has batted really well this season. So if you're a Malmöhus supporter, you want that to continue. As you see again, he's very aggressive. He wants to go after, and that's his favorite shot. That one that goes over the top. That's good bowling though. Again, we're getting outswing from both ends now. That's pretty skillful, I have to say. Yeah, that's well played. It's good bowling as well, so it's a good bit of cricket here all through. Good bowling, good batting, and again, when you swing the ball, you really have to make sure that you play on the front foot if it's there to be played, and head over ball, so you play it as late as possible to adjust. So, and I think Didi was a perfect example of just waiting for it until it swung, and then just let his hands through. So that is what Mr. Chu have to do as well. Just wait for the ball and play it late. And that is well picked off actually from his leg. And like we talked before, bat on ball. There is an easy 6 runs if you want to. A dot the ball. Just place it and run. So I think he bowled pretty well from this end so far. He is making the ball talk a bit. You see there again. And I don't know what happened there. I can't really see if he dropped it or he just fumbled with it. That was a slow ball and never reached TJ. It seems to have to wait and wait. So, but the intention for bowler is obviously to mix it up, and so far you've done well. Oi, that's a very brave shot, I have to say. Straight from middle stump. Got 2 runs for it. That is what you can do when you're in full form. So end of the over. I thought it was a pretty good over from the bowler. But still Malmöhus is ticking away. 42 for 1 after 5. So and the same thing with DJ. If you sort of let him bat for 10 overs, I think he's going to build a good platform for us. Ben's role here is obviously to rotate the strike, make sure that we build partnership, don't lose too many wickets, make sure that we have wickets in hand so we could go big if we want to later on in the innings. So he's batting a little bit out of his crease to deal with the swing. Yep, that should be a quick single. Well done, DJ. And you have to look for the second always, because sometimes in Swedish cricket we have a couple of wild ones out in the field who just absolutely rings it in and nobody backs up, and so that could be overthrows anytime. Yeah, that's again, I think that's the plan. They're bowling quite wide outside the off stump. Yeah, I think it's a bit dangerous, because if you get hold of that ball, it's 4. Oh, that's a terrible ball. That's almost a double wide. I think that's a problem if you want to bowl that sort of, in brackets, negative line. It's not really, you want indeed to go after the ball and not really attacking the stumps, and and the margin for error is quite slim. The pace of a wicket, it seems a little bit too paced. Sometimes it bounces a little bit, sometimes it stays a bit low. So not really sure if you feel really in when you have played. Yeah, that's again, you can't bowl there 3-4 times. It's going to be run sooner or later. Because as a batsman, you set yourself up. It's going to be a wide one, and well played to play it all along the floor, because we have a few fielders who are protecting that specific area, obviously. So let's see if he's want to attack the stumps a bit more. Yes, he does. And then DJ puts it away. Like I said before, he's I have to say, he's a little bit like the old Richie Richardson, if you remember him, the West Indian. He's the skipper in the end, but the West Indian batsman with a floppy hat. He really put anything slightly bad ball, put it away. It was really his trademark. And DJ is more or less the same. Anything bad, it just goes. Right, here we go. I can't really see from here, but obviously I think it's an easy 2. It should be. So he's really playing on both sides of the wicket here, DJ, and for a captain that it's obviously a little bit of a nightmare, because you can't really stop a flow of runs on both sides of the wicket in a T20 game. You can't have fielders everywhere. That's totally impossible. So the 50th up for Malmöhus after 6. So and only 1 wicket down at the moment. So let's see if the Saltsjöbaden captain is trying to make an inroad here to bring on something different, because at the moment the 2 bowlers that have bowled is a little bit similar. So I think as a batsman, that's a nice sort of, you get into rhythm a little bit more easy if you have 2 bowlers coming at you at the same pace and bowling the same sort of outswingers and line. So and as a batsman, you really want to get a rhythm. That's what you're looking for when you bat. You want rhythm, both from the front foot and back foot, and so you get your eye in. And it's not easy sometimes when you don't get the rhythm. You have different bowlers coming from different run-ups and different angles. And I think it's a different bowl. I'm not too sure, but it wasn't a particularly great start, and that's a no ball and a free hit. So let's see if Mr. Bentiu is able to put bat on ball here. Yeah. It's only 1 of that one. I think Bentiu is obviously. I think he's better suited to the longer format, but I had to adapt, and he's been having different roles in the team all through the season, coming in when quick wickets have fallen, playing the anchor role, playing further down. So he's really done a great teamwork here, Ben, and do it today again when we had pretty early wickets, and that's a wide again. So Bentiu really team guy, bats wherever his captain tells him to, and that's how it should be, depending on the match situation. I think what differs the better teams from the less good, so to speak, is that they adapt a little bit more, both the bowling and the batting, to make sure that they play accordingly to the situation. And sometimes you see batsmen playing exactly the same way, weekend in, weekend out, not adapting. And I think the greater batsman needs to adapt. It's a new game, it's a new day, different bowling conditions. Obviously the intent, the aggressiveness should be there, but you have to adapt. And I think that's the skillful player, the better player. He's able to do that, or she is able to do that. So coming round, so Ben is probably put that away. Should have been put away, not too sure. If it's 4, not too sure. Can't really see from here. 4, yep, it's 4 runs. It looked like 4 from the second left the bowler's hand, unfortunately. But like I said, I don't think it's easy to bowl on this pitch. It is 2 horrible run-ups with clay and with water this morning and no grass, and so maybe the batsmen find it a little bit difficult to get the rhythm. Yep, it's a pretty good lead. Probably one of the better balls this over. And sometimes it's you have to try yourself coming from different angles, and I think the bowler did the right thing to try round. Now in this case it didn't work particularly good, but the thinking was there. Yeah, that's good. Bat on ball. Yeah, it should only be a single. So in comes the bowler. Yeah, that's a good ball. It's sort of not really threatening, but it was in the block hole, and indeed you were up to it. That's good. You have to rotate the strike, and it's good again because when Didier gets the strike, so I think that was over. So Malmöhus is still going along pretty smoothly at the moment, but as we know, this game T20 can change so quickly. So I think, like I said before, if Malmöhus have a wickets in hand, they would be quite hard to beat. But we saw an extraordinary game after 10 overs. Saltsjöbaden batted so well and were 101 for 1, and then crumbled for 9 wickets for 6 runs and didn't even complete for 20 overs. So anything can happen. We are not professionals here. We are glad amateurs, weekend warriors. That's how to play to best of our ability, enjoy the cricket as competitive as we can be. It's been a long season. This is coming to an end now tomorrow. It's the last. Oh, that's a horrible wide. Like I said before, I think he needs to, if he swings it that much, he needs to sort of have pitch it on off stump. Maybe if you want to bring in a slipper or 2 just to put some aggressiveness into the attack, that's something that I would do to get a wicket, because I think Saltsjöbaden can't really afford this to go on with too many extras and too many free runs, and then 4 here, or a couple there, just ticking over. I think again that was, yeah, I think he's consistent. I mean, the umpire, he is consistent, so Didier is trying his level best to free his arms, but I think Didier also bats on leg stump, so maybe he should change. I don't know what happened there. It was a slow one. It seemed like it bounced before it came to the keeper. The sun is still out, so hopefully we could complete this game, and the weather would change tomorrow when it's the final. That would be nice to have a final in sun. The final tomorrow would be obviously between the 2 teams that win from Malmöhus versus Saltsjöbaden and Seaside versus Indiska. So that would be, I think, 11 o'clock start tomorrow here at Kviberg in Gothenburg. So So yeah, that's just a slow one, swinging, and I talked about hitting the stumps a bit more, and it's exactly what you have done there. This is actually not a bad ball. Again, Ben playing a bit all around it, not playing it straight. I assume it was a little bit of a slower ball and it swung away a bit, so to be able to bowl people, obviously you have to attack the stump, so that wasn't a bad ball. Probably one of the better ones he bowled today. You're never really going to get a wicket if you're bowling wide and swinging out. That's not going to happen. So again, Saltsjöbaden fighting back. It's a good for the those of you, those of the viewers today, and it seems like Ankit Gupta has promoted himself, the Malmöhus captain, and I think here for him as well, he is a very strong aggressive batsman, is to make sure that even after 7 overs the ball is actually swinging. So contrary to what I said before, that the Newberry ball wasn't particularly good, it seems like we got hold of one today that swings. So it's always frightening for a batsman when you have a bowler that swings it a bit. So Ankit is off a mark with a pretty comfortable 2, very safely all along the ground. Ankit is one of the few players actually to make 100 in the ECS. He made 100 of 38 balls. So for you who haven't watched that innings, I think you should go to YouTube and Google on that one. That was quite amazing. Wait, that seemed to be a no ball at one stage, but suddenly the ball died. And I think it's all about his really taking the pace off. He's not trying to bowl particularly quick. I think the Saltsjöbaden realized that what Malmöhus did was just taking the pace off. It seems like somebody have a word to someone that, yep, cut the pace down, bowl your slower balls, make the batsmen work hard for the runs. So 67 for 2 after 8 overs. So let's see if seems like the wicketkeeper is going to take on his helmet, so it's more likely going to be a spinner, or maybe someone with less pace, having the wicketkeepers to stand up. Again, I think it's a good move from Saltsjöbaden if we bring on someone that takes the pace off, because it's quite clear that nobody really got it to hurry through, and I think it's more difficult on this pitch to play the less pace. So here we go. Seems like this guy is an experienced campaigner. Probably have bowled a bit of spin through his career, so he probably knows what to do. Interesting part of the game now. So yep, let's see. Here he comes, and that's a wide-ish ball to start off with, and a lot of screaming going on. So maybe it was quite close to the fielder. We can't really see from here. It's difficult, but I think again Ankit needs to be careful. Sometimes he plays a little bit too casual in the air. He needs to get up and over, up and down, play the ball down. I think that's the key here. So obviously it seems like the line where they have decided to bowl is outside the off stump and not attacking the stumps. So that's a smart move, I think, to pack the offside, and if you can control it, it's a really good line. So not too much flight, he just sort of puts it there. And I spoke to the leg break bowler Nas Narendra in our team, and he couldn't make a spin an inch today. So it seems like it's not much spin in this pitch so far anyway. I'm not sure if he put it down or what happened. Like I said, we can't really see from here, but it was a single anyway. He needs to be careful. He needs to really come up and over and play it down, because we have set the field for exactly that plan. So Ankit needs to put on the thinking cap. And that's exactly what we talked about. Taking pace off is and then not playing it all along the ground. Yeah, again, same pattern as in Malmöhus. When you bring on the spinners, a few things happen. So both we are now 3 down, I think, and Saltsjöbaden is back in the game. So we need to see. Now comes Rishwan Ashraf coming in, and he could be very, very dangerous. But the same thing here, likes to hit in the air. So if he could now control himself and play all along the ground and play himself in, this is a much needed situation for Rishwan to make sure he have bat over ball now. Had a pretty good season. I think he's averaging about 25 at a good strike rate. I have played 1 or 2 50s this year. I haven't really come off, but when he comes off, he's a treat to watch. Effortless. He hits effortless for 6. I wish I could do that. So it's a good plan here, and Saltsjöbaden is back in the game. And you see so much, even in T20, so much experience. You really have to get your thinking cap on to make that change, make it happen. And I'm not really sure if it's quite dark here, but it seems like maybe he's just bowling slow, medium pace and a bit of off break sometimes. But whatever he bowled, it was effective. Not many runs from that over. Well done. And Malmöhus is 70 for 3 after 9. So it seems like we're going to continue with medium pace from the other end. So I think it's time now to make sure that we get a partnership at least 5-6 hours to make sure we get a platform to launch later on and to play with a bit of common sense here. And that's really good bowling. Now he's challenging the batsman a bit more now. He's bowling tighter to the stumps and not bowling too wide. So I have to say that's credit to the bowler to be able to swing it after 9 hours. That's well done. So that's Ankit in a nutshell. Very strong forearms and just effortlessly punches it away. Sometimes I just wish you could play it a little bit later and head over ball, play it all along the floor. But very strong in that area. and anything that is remotely a bad ball, he will put it away. So yeah. Oi. Oof, that may hurt the bowler a bit. He got it straight on the foot, maybe on the ankle. That wasn't particularly nice. And yeah, straight on the shin it seemed. And again, it's a good variety from a bowler. He bowled that slower ball that he got bent you with. This was a little bit fuller, so Ankit could just punch it down for one quite easily. Oi, that's a wide. I don't know if you have difficulty in controlling the ball, or you're just trying to bowl it a little bit quicker, and then the body falls over and it becomes a wide. Seems like that's what the effort ball. It's a good thought process, but the end result wasn't that great. Same thing again, another wide. And I think Malmöhus bowled. I haven't really seen all the extras, but I think they bowl a bit tighter than this. That's for sure. So I think in a T20 you can't give away too many extras either. It's well played. So it's good bowling. Back on track. So that's pretty well played. I'm not sure if it's going to be two. No, it's only one. In the gap from Rishwan. So it's good bowling. He looks as a batsman, it's not easy to bat against this kind of bowlers because they never really know where he's going to put it. So that's the over, and we're having a little bit of a delay here with the overs and with the runs. So let's see what the score is supposed to be. It's the same thing with the app. It says unknown error, so it's not really working the way it should be. So let's see, the score is not accurate. Seems like it's being a problem with the scoring. Could we have an update for the score, please? So there is some problem with the app, it seems. So we are trying to get the score going, but meanwhile, Ankit his full toss full toss for 6 on the long on, and again, yeah, good feeling there. No run. So the medium pace, or sort of, yeah, I think he just bowls medium pace. I thought he was a spinner, but he's not, so it's only one there, but we're ticking off a single quite nicely at the moment. Again, a late cut from Rishwan. We are trying to push it, and they say no at the end, so that would only be in single. And yeah, he's bowling his slow swingers, very effectively at the moment. It's oh, that was a quicker one. That was good bowling there. Just hurried anchored up. Quick Yorker at the feet. That's a good thinking, good bowling. And again, some bit goes big, but it was a great catch by the boundary fielder there. So yeah. So you live by the sword and you die by the sword. It's we have got quite a few runs in that innings already, so maybe he thought this is the innings that we need, a big scoring innings, and that's what we needed. So, good bowling again, and as we said before, the slower you bowl, the more problems it seems to create. So well done, Saltsjöbaden, and a great catch there at the boundary on long off. So we would have next batsman is going to be Chiron, left-hander, the opening bowler. So I'm not sure if it's over. So what's the score?
Wait a minute. Score. Score, but it's not updating. After 84. 84, yes.
After?
After 11 hours.
Okay.
4.
Okay. So Malmöhus are basically on track. It's 84 for 4 after 11. So I think the crucial thing now is we can't lose any more wickets if we're going to win this match now. We need to make sure that we bat properly now and take this game home if you are a Malmöhus supporter, and obviously if you're a Saltsjöbaden supporter, you are really happy because Saltsjöbaden is fighting back strongly here. Good contest, like we said in the beginning. It will be a tight game, this one, we think. So we have a new bowler, it seems, and let's see. Seems like he's going to bowl a little bit of off breaks, and starting off with a wide. That's good, Javed. So sometimes when you're a bowler you get a little bit excited. So part of the game. Still down the leg side, and then anything down the leg side is wide. So yeah, that's good cricket. Easy singles. I think the fields are not too close in. So if you really want to single and you have a partner that you trust, you should be able to rotate the strike quite comfortably. So now it's a left-hander, so it's going to be the same problem for the Saltsjöbaden fielders and bowlers and captain to change after every single or after every free run, but we haven't seen anyone run free today, to be fair. So let's see. Here you will have a off-break bowler to a left-hand batsman, so coming, yep, coming round. No, that's only one. So again we have to change the field to the right-hander. So we seem still that we have a bit of a problem with the app. It's not really updating. So we're going to try to update you after every over here. So that's a good ball, a bit of a quicker one. Bounced a bit actually. Seems like the wicket is drying out a little bit and playing a few tricks. So that's only one, it seems. Yeah, only one. I think the captain of the Saltsjöbaden has said nice field placement. More or less a lot of the strokes that have been played all along the ground have come to the fielder, so well done to him. So the off-break bowler facing off to the left-hander. And he's coming round. Yep, single. So the batsman is asking how many deliveries is left. If this is one or two. So I think it's okay. That's really slow. No. Have to be said that the fielders, especially the younger guns here, have a really good arms and restricting the twos to one. So 12 overs.
92 after 12. 92 after 12.
92 after 12, yeah. Okay. So we're back again. It seems to work now with the app. So we are 92 after 12. So I think Malmöhus have to play a little bit more aggressive from now on. I think they need to find a boundary, at least once an over and then run hard. So a good contest this. So we are more or less just a touch behind the run rate of 8 required. So this bowler here has done a tremendous job so far and got some important wickets and continued to bowl very intelligently. Coming around to the left-hander. Oops. Yeah, a lot of screaming and shouting. Not really sure if it was for the catch or that the batsman was trying to get a single. So that's easy single. So I think Chiron is probably the one that is going to bat through, and I think Rishwan have to take a little bit more of an aggressive approach and try to put the bad ones away. And that's well taken by the keeper as well, a quicker one. So yeah, intelligent bowling here. And Malmöhus boys are struggling to get hold of this bowler from this end. Yes, that's a nice flick of a leg side. Should be 2 if they run properly. Yep, that's an easy 2 in the end, in fact. So first time in a few overs actually the bowler strays down to the leg side. He's been pretty accurate during his whole. I think they're going to bowl him right through now to make sure that he takes as many wickets he can. Now he's a little bit on a roll. Oh, that's a terrible ball. Must be wide. Yes, since we're praising the bowler, he strays down the offside. But that's sometimes left-hand, right-hand combination due to you as a bowler. You have to adjust all the time, and that's a pretty big one. And a big one is the 6. It's actually a great shot from Rishwan. A little bit what we talked about. He has to be the guy who puts the bad ball away, and certainly he did. It's a great shot, and I think that's ended the over. Ended the over with a 6. So Malmöhus is 100 up. Malmöhus are 100 up. So for 4. And if you remember the Saltsjöbaden innings, they were 101 after 10. So, but then they had a collapse of just making 6 runs an over, and Malmöhus took 9 wickets. So so we see a little bit of a different innings here from Malmöhus. But like I said, it's even Steven. We all know that 1 or 2 wickets and the game can change dramatically. So we need the Malmöhus boys to play with a bit of sense, but still having the intent to go for the singles and the twos and being aggressive. So we're going to continue from this end with a off-break bowler, and he had a little bit of a mixed bag the first over, but this is the way to go. It's much more difficult to get the slow bowlers away, that's for sure. So, yep, coming around the wicket to the left hand again, and Chiron is quite happy just to rotate the strikes and give it to Rishwan, and I think that's the whole idea now with this these two playing. Like Chiron is going to bat through, and Rishwan is going to be a little bit more aggressive, and if a ball is there to be hit, he's going to go for it. So that's the plan. So yeah, that's good bowling, and I think the umpires have been good, because we have seen some of the games this season, as soon as it's just a little bit away from the stumps, they have given it wide. I think they got it so far very interpreted the rules very well, and it's all about the batsman also. If you can reach it, it's not a wide. So I think that's a good call of the umpire. And that was a quicker one from the bowler. That's really well bowled, and actually it beats wicket keeper as well. So that was yeah. It's not easy to keep here. It's a bit up and down, and yeah. So yeah. So that should be. It's only one, in fact. Like I said before, we have the right people in the right spot, and here we have one of the younger guns in Saltsjöbaden. Quick across the ground, good arm, good throw over stumps. So yeah, but it's good. It's Malmöhus are putting bat on ball here. He's bowling quite well, so we have to play that with respect and wait for the bad one. And that's good. That's good bowling again. Just mixing it up a little bit quicker, a little bit slower. So yeah, you could see that these two bowlers from each end have played a fair bit of cricket. They're really using their brain and all of their knowledge to trick the batsman here. And then as soon as I say that, when we stray a little bit on line and and yeah, that's what it does actually. Right hand, left hand combination too. You sometimes just loses that line, but well put away by Sharon Nord. So we are 108 for 4 after 14. So yeah, I think this is the last over from the bowler here. He's bowled 3 on a trot, and it's going to be 4 on a trot, and rightly so. You need to think aggressively here now from Saltsjöbaden's point of view to try to bring the wickets here. So good captaincy once again, and let's see if the batsman plays him with a little bit of respect. and do understand that this is his last over and he's a bit of a threat, or they are going to continue in the merry way to be aggressive and take a few chances. Let's see. There's still 6 overs to go, so I would rather prefer that they played him a little bit carefully, played him out, that's his last over, and then the other bowlers, to be fair, hasn't looked all that threatening. But on the other hand, now maybe he was bowled out because yeah, comes a new bowler here from this end. I think he bowled from the other end before, so going to be change of attack. It's going to be medium pace again. So let's see if we get it. Yep, in comes the bowler. That's sharp chance, but pretty well played by Rishwan. He kept it down pretty well, and actually lovely shot in the end for 4 runs. So, I think that's quite important, even at this stage of a game, that you don't drop the ball. It's getting still wet. Make sure it's properly through to players. And that's a pretty good ball, and I have to say, well played by Wishwan, just to sort of drop and run. And that's good. Rotate the strike, do it difficult, make the left-hander come to face the ball. I think that's the way to go. And again, obviously, we have to change the field to the left-hander. Just make sure everybody in place, and then we go. So that's a good ball, well defended as well. Yeah, seems like most of the batsmen today have actually batted out of their crease to make sure that they come closer, maybe to the swing, and maybe trying to put them into half volleys. It's not really skidding on either, so but it haven't been any great bounce. I think that's why we are comfortable of batting outside the crease a little bit. So that's again good running. They really put the fielders under pressure here, and I think it's good. That's what you need to do in this stage of the game. You need to put bat on ball on everything. So tidy over. So it's 114 for 4 and 5 overs to go. So the run rate is creeping up a bit. Malmöhus will need 9 runs and over, if I'm calculating it properly here. So it's going to put a little bit more pressure now on Malmöhus batsmen. I don't think we want to wait until the last over to finish this off. We need to put the accelerator on a little bit here and have a little bit more intent. So it seems like the off-break bowler is going to continue. As I look out from the tent, it's a little bit difficult because you got a plastic film, so you can't really see. Okay, now it comes into the picture, so it's going to be the same bowler. Yep. So swing and a miss almost, a swing and an inside edge, a French cut. So bit of luck there. I think it would be nicer to see head over ball and trying to play it a little bit more straight instead of going for a big heave. But that's what pressure does to you. So again, good field setting, and the batsman not picking up the fielders properly here. That was quite close to wide, but again the umpires are a little bit leeward, but yeah, they've been consistent, so nothing to complain about. Obviously, when you're a batsman, maybe you have some other thoughts about that comment. So that's Rishwan's response to everything, and that's a big six over long on. So, and I think we need those big runs now from Rishwan. He needs to open up his shoulder a little bit because we don't want to come under pressure the last over or two to making 15 or runs or something like that. We need to finish this off a little bit earlier. So again, good feeling from the Saltsjöbaden boys. I have to say they are good fielders and you have the right people in the right position. So yeah, good call. Was never too there. So still a very good contest between Saltsjöbaden Cricket Club and Malmöhus Cricket Club here in Kviberg in Gothenburg. This could probably go down to the wire. That's a ball that should have been put away. It's a straight ball, and Malmöhus are 122 for 4. So needing 38 in 4, so we are still back to 9.5 runs to be very precise and over. So and this is going to be a nail biter, I think. On the other hand, it seems maybe that let's see if the last 4 bowlers are the openers, and let's see if they have the same accuracy as the two a little bit of less pacey bowlers, so to speak, because they have been the difference. They have put Malmöhus on the back foot. They have done a great job, both of them. So yeah, interesting 4 overs now. So batsmen and fielders taking a bit of a drink. Actually, there were no water break after 10 for some reason. So I think they're more than entitled to have a bit of a breather now. So you can see it's quite tense in both Malmöhus and the Saltsjöbaden camps. This is very hard to predict who's going to win this match. And most probably the season would end here with for one of the teams, because I don't think, yeah, maybe there would be a few friendly matches in the end of the season, but this is the last competitive game in the Swedish league, and obviously the winner goes to the final tomorrow, and that is between the match of Seaside and Indiska. So let's see now. Yep, the same bowler as before. He bowled pretty tidy over, and Rishwan is going to go for it a little bit now, and that was a wide. So yeah, tight contest. So it's on the back foot, probably only one, down to sort of fine square leg. And actually we're talking a little bit before about the Malmöhus extras compared to Saltsjöbaden. So Malmöhus had 18 extras, and actually Saltsjöbaden surpassed that by one run now, so they have conceded 19, so it's not much in it. Last game that Malmöhus played, we only conceded 5 extras, so a bit too many, I have to say, but not easy conditions. So we're really pushing for 2 here and getting it quite comfortably, and we have to look for maybe the third, but well backed up by Saltsjöbaden's fielder there. Again, the young gun that is really quick across the ground. So seems like Chiron also puts a little bit more intensity into it now. He understands that we need to go now. We need to have at least 10 and over from now on. Oh, and that's a fantastic shot, to be fair. A great shot over deep mid-on for Chiron. Great 6. Relieved a little bit of pressure from Malmöhus. I think, as we have seen, when the ball comes on, it's a little bit easier to go through the shot for the batsman. As soon as you take the pace off, it seems to not hold, but it stops a little bit sort of in the pitch. It's been difficult to get away the slow bowlers in today's game, that's for sure. Yeah, that's good running. That's good cricket in general. So often you see in Swedish cricket, once you hit 160, you want to go for another one. Maybe you connect and get another one, and then you want to go for a third one, and then you're out. So that's good cricket. And again, difficult for the Saltsjöbaden captain. Maybe not difficult, but now you have to think again. Now it's a right-hander on, so you really have to make sure you get the right fielders in the right place, and that's a wide. Should be. Not. Yes. Yeah, that's a wide in any cricket. So no, that's consistent. Come on, get on with it. Like I said, I think the umpires have done a good job. In fact, a great job so far. They have been a little bit leeward on the offside, and not so much on the leg side, which I think that's fine, as long as you're consistent, and they have been. Right? That's a better line. I think for Rishwan, sometimes when you play that shot down to the square cut, could be better off maybe go to the back foot and punch him straight on the back foot for a single straight down the pitch. Okay. So yeah, a bit of a comeback there for the bowler, and Malmöhus they are 134 for 4. So it's just 3 hours to go. And I think it's around, yeah, it's about 9 an hour. So 8.7 to be exact, so still not much in it, could go either way. A very thrilling contest this. I think that it's going to be interesting discussion here from Richvan to Chiron. Okay, who's going to be the aggressor here? Someone needs to go now. Try to get a big over here, so we don't wait until the last over to try to seal the victory. I think this is going to be a big over. And number 77 didn't bowl that greatly before, so he needs to step up. And also on the other hand, the Malmöhus boys needs to make sure that they play aggressively and hit the odd 4 or 6 if possible, and run hard between wickets. They can't afford any dot balls at this stage now. They need to bat on ball and run hard. So, yep, the captain is really maneuvering his fielders in exactly the manner he wants, and is very precise about the field setting, which he should be. So, yeah. So, bowler comes into the left-hander Sharon Nord. Oi, that's a terrible ball. That's probably a no ball. That's a free hit. That's a terrible start to almost hit Chiron on the hand, and I think it hurt a bit, to be fair. Didn't look too good. Yeah, that was, I think, some sort of apology from the bowler. Not too sure about how. It seems like he needs some spray or something. It seems to hurt Chiron quite badly on the hand. That was obviously not the intention, but that's what happens sometimes when it just slips out of your hand. So let's see now. I think this ball could determine if Malmöhus could, sneak a little bit closer to the total, because if Richvan get hold of this, it will go a long way. And obviously, since it's a no ball, they can only get out, run out. So, interesting path of the game here. Let's see how the bowler responds and how the batsman could put this away. Oh, that's a terrible ball, so it would be a no ball once again. It's a wide, so the no ball continue. And maybe pressure is reaching the bowler here a little bit, because it is the 3 key overs now. They need to be bowled accurately without any extras. Not easy. And that's a little bit of a hit, but I don't think it will be more than 1. Chiron wants 2, but Richvan didn't get hold of that at all, and got it high up the bat. So, yeah, let's see. So Malmöhus 138 after actually it's just 1 legal ball bowled. So that's quite a nice shot actually, very effortless, and yeah, that's good running. That's good running. All along the floor, very safe. Not a bad piece of fielding, to be fair. It's just that they made up their mind. They're going for 2 straight away. Run the first run hard, as you should do at all time. Good cricket all around. All along the floor again, so I think it's just going to be a single this time. You don't really get value for good shots along the ground typical Swedish outfield, very heavy, and obviously the rain hasn't helped it any bit. Oy, that's actually swung a bit in the end and dipped a bit on Richvan, so I think that was a slow delivery, and now we have a bit of confidence and you know what to do. Still 2 balls to go, and it's 19-20 runs to win. So we're going. That's good. That's good. We're going for every ball now. That's good bowling. Good comeback by the bowler. He didn't start particularly well, but came back well after the no ball. Not easy bowling under pressure. You know, you can't bowl any bad ball in this format, in this semi-final. Those balls will go. So last ball of the over. So that's a wide. So again, I think that's the trick with the left-hand, right-hand combination. So many wides when you take the singles. Not easy for the bowler to adjust. So that's only one, and that's the end of the over. So it's 144 for 4. So basically, I think it's 17 needed from 2 overs. So again, we are down to 8.5, exactly where we started. Basically, 8 runs and over. I'm not really too sure what happens if it's a draw or tied match, but we have 160 each. I'm not really sure what the situation is, to be fair. Malmöhus have 6 wickets in hand, so they shouldn't really lose it from here, but they have not been able to put the Saltsjöbaden bowlers away, so they could sort of be comfortable that we're going to reach these targets, even if they have 6 wickets in hand, because now when you lose a wicket, pressure is tremendous on the new incoming batsman. So these two now, they need to do it. They need to make sure that they take the game home. If you're a Malmöhus supporter, and obviously the reverse if you're a Saltsjöbaden fan, that they need to get some more wickets to make some more inroads. But thrilling match. And as we talked about getting a wicket and putting some more pressure on the Malmöhus, that was exactly what happened. So and a big hoik from Chiron again. Well taken in the end by the keeper, actually. So a very thrilling game. So this could end anywhere. Let's see who they have sent in. It seems like they have sent in Nas. Nas is obviously one of our fitter guys. He could run really quick between wickets, and he delivered before under pressure a couple of matches through the season. So interesting call by the skipper Ankit. So all the best for Nas, and yeah, very good comeback by Saltsjöbaden to take a wicket early in the over as well, to put some pressure back on Malmöhus. So wicket on the first ball, so 5 legal balls to go this over, and we need to put bat on ball here, and especially Nas' role is obviously to get Rishvan on strike. And yeah. And that's the response. I'm not too sure if it's 6 or what it is. Let's see what the... Is it 6? Okay. So when I say that that was a great effort, great effort by the... we don't know. Is it a catch or is it... It wasn't 6 or... Okay. A bit of confusion here. Seems like it was caught on the boundary. Fantastic catch then. Yeah, there you go. It's not easy to see from here, as we said before, but that was a great attempt by Nas. Yeah, would have meant that he had put Malmöhus in an extremely good position with a 6 there. So, but wasn't to be. Great effort by Saltsjöbaden. So in comes Gopi. So batsman crossed. So it's all up. A lot of pressure now on Rishvan to make sure that he takes Malmöhus home. He had batted for quite some while. He should feel comfortable. He should feel that he's in control of his game. But cricket is a fantastic game of one sense. Especially these T10, T20 games, they have a tendency of being very exciting. And Rishvan is on 28 of 26. So far he has done pretty well. Hit 2 6s and 1 4. So again, if you're a Malmöhus supporter, you would feel that Rishvan is the man to do it. Let's see, bowler comes in. No, that's way down the leg side, so can never be out. Again, good call by the umpire. As I said before, I think they have done a tremendous job. Even they have a little bit different outfit. One seems to be ready for party with a hat on, and the other is a little bit more casual approach to his umpiring. Nevertheless, great job so far. So Gopi is on strike, and that is 1 run, I think, to Gopi straight away. So put Rishvan back. He have another opportunity. So it's 16 to get from 8 balls. It's very exciting. A very good game of cricket so far, I have to say. And that's 4 or 6, I can't see. 4. So it's a good shot by Rishvan. It was a little bit too straight. He bowled it a little bit too straight for him, just in his slot, so should have been put away, was put away. Well done by Rishvan. So it's 7 runs to win in 7 balls, so it's basically a run a ball. Oh, no, sorry, it's 9 runs exactly. 9 runs in 7 balls. So it was 8 and over when we started this game, and it's still 8 and over to finish it. So we haven't been able to get on top of Saltsjöbaden and put them under pressure at the sort of earlier stage than needed. So I'm not too sure if it's the ball or we are talking about something and they want to change the ball or they want to continue with the ball. However, it's Rishvan still on strike, obviously because he hit the 4. So I think that either a 4 or a single, so it makes sure that Richvan stays on strike. And go. Oi, 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 oi. Now that was a bit of confusion. That was what I talked about a little bit before, that you have some players that just get overexcited and throws it in all that you can, all the strength that you can, and creating overthrows. And that could have been. I'm not sure what the debate is about now. I think this is going to be the last over, and it's 8 needed from this over. So again, it's very exciting, and Richvan is on strike, and that's, I think, was good for us if you're a Malmöhus supporter once again. Because he has been able to reach the boundary a fair few times this afternoon here in Kviberg in Gothenburg. So, ladies and gentlemen, all coming down to the wire, like we maybe predicted. A thrilling game of cricket, 2 worthy opponents going head to head, and time to testify. So let's see, number 77. He had a mixed bag. He bowled some good balls and also some less good balls. Mr. 77 is the guy who's going to bowl the last over. So he can't afford any wides. He can't afford any bad balls. At the same time, Malmöhus boys needs to put the bad balls away, and I think to run for everything now. They need to take a single of everything. They can't afford any dot balls at this stage. That would be putting the pressure straight back. So 8 runs to win in this semi-final. I'm going to reach Van Ashraf on strike. So, okay. I think everybody ready, set, go. In comes the bowler, hopefully. They're not really happy with the field set, it seems, so maybe we are. Yep, we are, finally. And that's exactly what we didn't want. We don't want a swing with the head straight up in the sky. We want a swing that is over the ball and connecting bat on ball. Good ball though, good start, have to say. Still swings a little bit in the 20th over, it seems. That's amazing. Ball number 2. And that's a bit of a strike. And that's instead of a 6, that's out. So yeah, Richvan needed to go for it. I have to say that Saltsjöbaden have caught extremely well. We have taken some blinders. Very good cricket. Very good cricket. Again, sort of a swipe sort of from Richvan. He needed to go, absolutely. There was no doubt about it. That's he needed to take a chance. He needed to make sure that there was a boundary to reduce the pressure. So yeah, so now it's Gopi. I think they changed ends. So now it's Gopi who is facing the music, and it's let's see who the last batsman from Malmöhus is. I haven't really figured it out yet. Maybe it's Faraz. So I think since we lost Richvan, I think it's a tremendous pressure on Gopi, but we know he have a capability of going big, even if he's a small man. So let's see. Very interesting part of the game. 4 balls to go, 8 runs to win still. Well bowled so far, have to say, under pressure. All credit to the bowler so far and to the fielders that hang on to that great catch. And that's another dot ball, and the ball is still swinging. It's amazing. So yeah, I think we need a 4 or a 6 to be able to be in this contest. Yeah, that's a bye, I think, leg bye. Yeah. So that's 6 runs to level and 7 runs to win of 2 balls. So I think the favorites from here on is Saltsjöbaden. I have to say that he really stepped up and hold his nerve so far anyway. So that's that's terrible. So that's 2 wides basically. And just as long as I say that he's hold his nerves, it's a commentator's curse once again. What can you say? This match has been it's been extremely thrilling. What can you say? Nail biting probably is the word. And it was very well run by Gopi, I have to say. But it was very brave to take that single. And this go down to the last ball, it seems. Needing 4 to tie and 5 to win. I'm not sure if he wants to go around the wicket or something with a ball, or it's just tactics of. Yeah, the ball is apparently wet and needs a bit of drying. So it's absolutely all coming down to the wire, that's for sure, of this thriller between Saltsjöbaden and Malmöhus. We thought it was going to be a close contest, and certainly proven to be so. 2 balls to go, in comes the bowler, and that's probably 2 runs, should be 2 runs. And almost some overthrows again. So 158 and 2 to tie. 2 to tie. Oh God! I have to say that this is really thrilling. More than your nerves can take, to be fact. When you're sitting watching this, is very entertaining, very thrilling. Great match, and let's see what Gopi can do. If we could put it away for 4, if we could take 2, or the bowler bowls a beautiful last ball here of the innings. And it's a wide. No. Oi, almost a run out. And it's 1 run, and it's a wide. So again, difficult for the bowler here to bowl a wide. It's all pressure on the bowler, all pressure on the batsman, all confusion. Batsman wanted a single, in comes for throw, down goes a wicket keeper. Ladies and gentlemen, we are down to a thriller here. It's 1 run of a last ball to tie and 2 runs to win. So yeah, I don't know what to say. This is magic. It's luckily we streamed this match, so we could have a quiet look at it later on in the winter when the snow falls. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, last ball of this thriller between Malmöhus and Saltsjöbaden, and for Malmöhus, obviously they have to run at everything now. I mean, the last ball, I hope we don't see any man caddying here. Happened before, but the batsman at the non-strikers and really need to back up properly, and Gopi have to run for his life or hit a 2. So let's see what the future would tell. Yeah, the bowler is obviously making sure that it's everything is set for the last ball. He's really slowing it down, drying the ball. I don't know. Needs to get on with it. Probably the last ball. Let's see if it's not another wide. In comes the bowler, and they have to run. I don't think. Was it out? Okay. That was a very close call, I have to say. I have to say that was a very close call by the umpire. But the umpire's decision is final. Difficult, we don't have any replay of that, but looked very, very tight. So from here, all I can say is that we all witnessed a thriller. Could have gone obviously either way. Ended quite dramatically. So thank you very much for watching, and good luck to Saltsjöbaden in the final. We witnessed quite a thriller. Thank you very much.